Hello, hello. There we go. All right, good morning, everyone. Hopefully you're doing well. We're going to pray this morning, and then we will. I'm probably only going to give you about 5 minutes today. I gave you guys 10 minutes yesterday, about five minutes a day to finish that student booklet. That should be plenty of time. It wasn't that hard this time. If you finish it early, you can send pictures of it. Just same as students here can turn it in today if they're done as well. But we're going to work on that for about 5 minutes, and then we are going to move on into the notes. Again, if we don't finish the Bible chapter this week because we started a day later, that's okay. We'll take our quiz next week at the beginning of the week. Then we'll review for a test that we have, and then we'll have a Bible test next week before the end of the grading period. History, we'll talk about what we have coming up for that class as well. But again, we're going to pray and then start that student booklet. Any prayer requests? Any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Unspoken? Grandparents still? Tori? Sorry. Oh, the friend? Did they find him, or he's just still missing? Do they have like an idea of where he might be, or? Yeah. All right. So pray for a friend. Hopefully he's still safe wherever he is right now. All right. Any distant learners, if you have any prayer requests, you can throw it in the chat or message me. If I don't get in time to pray, we will pray for it later. All right. But let's pray for this day to be well. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this beautiful day, Lord. As it's a little windier, a little chillier, allow us to stay warm. Thank you for heaters, for us to be able to heat up the room a little bit, and the clothes we get to have. Thank you for all the students that are here, Lord, that are able to come in person, Lord, as I believe it does help them a little bit more, but also thank you for the ability to have distant learning, for those at home, that they can still feel safe and be able to get their education. Please help them to stay diligent in their work at home. As I know, and I'm sure it's easier to be a little bit more laid back. Please help them to be diligent in their work. Please help all these students with this week and next week, Lord, finishing the grading period with all the quizzes and tests we might have in my class or other classes. Please just help them with that. Please help this Bible lesson as we're talking through it, for us to be able to just learn one thing that we can apply to our lives this week. Please help Kylie's unspoken, Lord, as you know all of our hearts and all of our thoughts. Please just give her strength, wisdom, and peace in that, whatever the situation may be, Lord. Also, please help Emma's grandparents, for her family, Lord, for them to continue trusting in you, Lord, and to be able to be that rock for her grandparents, to lift them up, give them strength. Lord, please give her grandparents strength as they're going through this time. And I'm sure it's not easy or comfortable. Please give them wisdom and peace through it, and patience as well. Also, please help Tori's friend, Lord, as he's still missing, Lord. Please allow him to still be safe and him be able to be found and come back home soon, Lord. Whatever the situation may be there, it sounds a bit crazy, Lord, so please just help with that. Give the family comfort as they might be worrying. Please help all the students this week, Lord, with whatever tasks they may have. Give them wisdom and decision-making in school, out of school, at work, whatever they may be doing. Give us a great weekend this weekend coming up. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, I'm going to give you guys about 5 minutes, so we'll be back. Well, that means I'll give you 7 minutes. We'll be back at 45. All right, at 45, we'll start the lesson again and keep on moving forward with that, talking about what we started talking about yesterday. Okay, so about 8:45, we will be back, so make sure you stay on the stream, work on that student booklet. If you finish it, you may message it in. You guys in class may show me today if you're already done, and that's what we'll have for the next about 7 minutes. pull out the note part of the book, and we are going to begin. All right, welcome back, Distant Learners, again. Hopefully you're doing well. Make sure you get that booklet turned in. It wasn't that hard of one, so once you have that done, you can send pictures of it. It's just 2 pages. Make sure you get the first question, which is like, I don't remember the exact page, but 2 pages ahead, and then those few other questions. All right, back in the notes, okay, just to go over what we talked about yesterday, it's just an introduction of the lesson. Okay, remember we're coming from where? Our last lesson was where? Jesus was in 2 places, not at once, obviously. But he was coming from Samaria, then he went where? Galilee. Okay, now where are we? Jerusalem. Okay, and it said at the beginning of chapter 5, what 2 words? It's on the screen. After this. Okay, basically saying, okay, to briefly summarize what we talked about yesterday, after this meaning, hey, after these things that have already happened, now we're going to see this happen about a year later. Because remember it said a feast in Jerusalem. Okay, again, mentioning that Passover feast. Okay, so a year later, we see where Jesus is at this point. Okay, so things had happened during that time. Okay, everything was not recorded in the book of John. Again, because the book of John is emphasizing who Jesus is, not everything he did. Okay, if you go and read Matthew, Mark, and Luke, okay, and you read that maybe while reading John, you'll see, okay, during this time what Jesus did. Okay, it tells you, hey, he did this, he was here, he healed this person, and many other miracle stories. Okay, but in the book of John, remember, he's just going and telling specific things that the Holy Spirit inspired him to write on important parts of Christ's life to show who he was. Okay, and so we see that here in this lesson. Yesterday we just had that introduction in chapter 5 and with the first year. Okay, we saw some maps with that. I showed this one yesterday. Okay, but just to show you a few more, this would be the area that he would have been traveling in. Okay, obviously it looks, honestly, other than the hills, to me it looks like the Midwest. Lots of fields. You guys don't really have that here. But like you fly. Have you guys, who has flown in here? Some of you have flown. Have you guys ever flown like over the Midwest area, like Oklahoma or Michigan or Nebraska? Like when you're over it, it's all like squares and like green. Yeah, fields. That's what this reminds me of. Out here, it's not like that. You see like houses and pools. That's what you see over California, and mountains. Okay, this would be like the area that we're talking about where Jesus would have traveled, okay, during this time. Okay, just to show you that whole journey, okay, where he's traveling over this last year. Okay, we see him going from Nazareth to Capernaum. Okay, he was at Cana. Okay, he travels south, obviously, to Jerusalem and through Samaria. Okay, we see this in this area. Okay, but this brings us to our first main point of our lesson. Okay, our first main point of our lesson. Okay, and we saw it in the passage. We're going to read the verses probably again. Okay, but we see Christ reveals his deity by healing at a feast. Okay, I read a little bit of it yesterday. Okay, I'm going to read a little bit of it again. I'm going to read everything, but chapter 5, starting in verse 10. Okay, I'm going to read 8 verses this morning. Okay, starting in verse 10. Okay, it says, "For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ." Okay, this is not the right book. I'm so sorry. I knew that didn't sound right. Let me turn to the right book of the Bible. There we go. John chapter 5 and verse 10. Okay, "The Jews therefore said unto him that was cured." Okay, it is the Sabbath day. Remember, that's what we're talking about. He's at this feast in Jerusalem, right? We mentioned that yesterday, our setting at the feast in Jerusalem, and are about to see a miracle happen. We talked about it yesterday. We're going to talk about it again. All right, "On the Sabbath day, it is not lawful for thee to carry thy bed. He answered them, He that made me whole, the same said unto me, Take up thy bed and walk." Okay, so we see Jesus heal this man. We talked about it yesterday, yes? Okay, he goes up to him. Okay, he's been lame for how long? 38 years. Okay, Jesus goes up to him and says, "Hey, take up thy bed and walk." Okay, and what does he do? He takes up his bed and walk. Okay, but it so happens that it is on the Sabbath day. Okay, and if you guys don't know anything about Jewish religion and Jewish, their way of living, okay, on that Sabbath day, and I'm sure a lot of you have already heard it, they were not allowed to do any kind of work. Okay, I wouldn't say this is much work, okay, but they were saying, hey, you're carrying your bed place to place, okay, because Jesus told him specifically, take up thy bed and walk. Okay, so that's what he did. He listened and obeyed Jesus. Okay, but because of this, we see the Pharisees, okay, the priests per se, okay, these people of the Sanhedrin come up to him and say, hey, it's not lawful for you to work on the Sabbath and be doing these things on the Sabbath. All right, and he tells them, what does he tell them? He quotes Jesus. He says, the person that healed me said, take up thy bed and walk. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, this man that healed me, which is way more important than any law of man, okay, I'm going to obey his word. And that's kind of what we see happening. Okay, so they asked him, what man is that which said unto thee, take up thy bed and walk? Okay, and he that was healed wist not who it was, for Jesus had conveyed himself away, a multitude being in that place. Okay, afterward, Jesus findeth him in the temple and said unto him, behold, thou art made whole. Sin no more, lest a worse thing come unto thee. The man departed and told the Jews that it was Jesus which had made him whole. And therefore did the Jews persecute Jesus and sought to slay him, because he had done these things on the Sabbath day. But Jesus answered them, my Father worketh hitherto, and I work. Therefore the Jews sought the more to kill him, because he not only had broken the Sabbath, but said also that God was his Father, making himself equal with God. Okay, so we see this passage. We see a few things happen. Okay, we're going to talk about it a little bit. But the first main point, okay, and we're going to go over a few verses as we go through this, is Christ reveals his deity by healing at the feast. Okay, right? No other man can just go up to someone that's been lame, whether it's been lame for a week or a year or 20 years or 38 years, and say, hey, take up that bed and walk, right? I mean, I haven't seen it or heard of it in anything. Have you guys? I'm assuming the answer is no. Okay, so we see this miracle happen. Okay, and this miracle is going to be one way that he reveals himself as the Son of God to these people. Okay, the second year. Okay, we have the first year of Christ's ministry. We've already talked about things that have happened. Now we're in after this, a year later, so second year of his ministry. Okay, Jesus Christ began with his returning to Jerusalem, okay, for the Passover of AD 30. Remember, we talked about how many Passovers happens in Christ's life here on earth. You guys remember? 4. Okay, we talked about a long time ago. It was probably, I think, in lesson 8. We'll review it when we review for our test. Okay, but there's 4 Passovers. Okay, so we see the second Passover that is mentioned in the book of John, okay, in AD 30. John gives the account of the incident at the pool of Bethesda, okay, upon Christ's return. We cannot cover the whole lesson verse by verse. Okay, it's impossible. Okay, there's so much content in these passages talking about different things. Okay, but we're not going to do that in this lesson. We're not going to go over every single verse by verse, getting a study. Okay, but we're going to try to give an outline of some meanings, obviously with the miracle of him proving himself, his deity, okay, with the stuff on the Sabbath, but we're not going to go deep into detail because to talk about that would take a long time, a lot longer than a week. Okay, but we are to mention some main points. Okay, hopefully you guys are able to learn them and maybe apply a truth to your life. Okay, so first we see, it's already on the screen, the first way we see him revealing his deity is the place of the incident. Okay, the place of the incident. Obviously we know it's at a pool of water, right? Called what? Bethesda. Okay, we know that, we read that. Okay, but there's a few more things that go with it. In verse 2, John chapter 5 and verse 2, it says, now there in Jerusalem by, okay, does anyone have their Bible open? Someone help me out. What does it say? Now there in Jerusalem, in verse 2, chapter 5 of John, by the blank. What does it say? It says the sheep market. It says the sheep market, a pool. Okay, so we know this setting, or this pool, is by a what? A sheep market, or like a little sheep farm. All right, we're by a sheep farm, or sheep gate, okay, or where sheep are, all right? I don't need to say that anymore. Okay, but we see John tells us that the pool was close to the sheep gate. Okay, in this time in the city of Jerusalem, 12 gates led into the city of Jerusalem. There were 12 gates. Okay, and the sheep gate was one of the 12. It is so named because it was the gate through which the sheep were led to be slaughtered for the temple sacrifices. Okay, so we have these 12 gates. Okay, 12 gates to get in Jerusalem. Okay, this one gate is called the sheep gate. Okay, not because they live there, okay, but because they send sheep through it for their slaughter. Okay, that means it's also close to the temple because that's the sheep that they're going to sacrifice to God. Okay, so it's called the sheep gate. Okay, just like if we were killing monkeys, it'd be the monkey gate. All right, so it's the sheep gate. That's how you'd reference to it. We see this is the gate in the area where Jesus is. Okay, interestingly, Jesus Christ, the Lamb of God, okay, a little ironic, right? He's the Lamb of God. He's going to be slain for us later on in his life. Okay, was later led through this very gate to be crucified for our sins. All right, a little ironic, some wordplay we see in the Bible. Okay, the sheep gate, where sheep are led through to be killed or slaughtered for the sacrifice, okay, of men to God. Okay, is the same gate that we're going to talk about later on in future lessons that Christ went through when he carried our cross as the Lamb of God to be the sacrifice for all mankind for the rest of our lives and human lives on earth. Okay, so first we see the location, the place of the incident is near the sheep gate. Okay, continuing reading in verse 2, it says, a pool, which is called in Hebrew tongue Bethesda, having 5 porches. Okay, so we see, sorry, I already mentioned this. This would be the sheep gate. Okay, you have all these other gates, the valley gate, dung gate, fountain gate, water gate, east gate, sheep gate. Okay, it's on the northern side. The pool of Bethesda is also right there outside of the temple. Do you see it? Okay, that's just to give you, I forgot that picture was there, to be honest. Sorry. Okay, but you have the pool of Bethesda. It's right there. You have the sheep gate. It's right there. All right, that's where he is. This is where this story is happening. Okay, but then we see the place or the pool, which is called Bethesda. Okay, the name Bethesda means, does anyone know? The house of mercy. Okay, you'll want to know that. Bethesda means house of mercy. Okay, a pool there had a structure built over it to protect from the elements the lame and the sickly people who came to the pool to be cured of their ailments. Okay, so it was covered. Okay, so the pool or anything wasn't polluted because obviously who was trying to get in this pool? Okay, anyone that had a sickness or problem. Okay, so they kind of had a little guard on it. Okay, according to Davis's Dictionary of the Bible, okay, so not the Bible, it's a dictionary, something a guy wrote, it quotes this: its waters were supposed to possess healing virtue. Okay, another man says in the Dictionary of the Bible, therapeutic traditions continued at this site in the 2nd century and beyond. Okay, so we see this pool being called what? What do you say? House of Mercy. Yes, you're right. You said Bethesda. House of Mercy. Okay, Bethesda, this place where people received mercy of their sickness or their lameness or whatever they had. Okay, today, one can still see the remains of the pool of Bethesda in the old city of Jerusalem, okay, which is near what gate? Sheep Gate or Sheep Market. Okay, it's still by that entrance in Jerusalem today. In 1888, while the church of St. Anne was being repaired, a reservoir of water was discovered. On the wall was a faded carving of an angel troubling the water, indicating that this ancient pool had been discovered. All right, in 1888, they did rediscover. That's when they found, okay, obviously it wasn't a stirred-up pool any longer, okay, but someone had made a etching or a drawing of an angel, okay, by this pool, and that's what made them, as they did their study in archaeology, okay, they found this pool of Bethesda later on. Okay, the pool of water cut from solid rock is about 55 feet long and 12 feet wide. All right, this is a large pool. Okay, maybe not quite an Olympic-sized pool. Okay, but it's a large pool, certainly for this time. Okay, they didn't have the tools and the construction vehicles that we do today. All right, the bulldozers. Okay, so we have a 55 feet long and 12 feet wide pool. It is approachable by a flight of steps that wind steeply down to the water. The pool was filled with water that came from a spring nearby, and the spring gushed at unpredictable intervals, causing the water to be, like we said, disturbed or moved, right? How we said. Okay, or to rise and fall. Okay, tradition held that an angel was disturbing the waters. So people thought that those who could get into the water at that moment would be healed. Okay, therefore the pool of Bethesda became the gathering place for the lame and blind. The story may reveal the spiritual ignorance of the people in Christ's day. Okay, because when we have problems or sicknesses, who were they and who are we supposed to go to? Jesus or God, right? We're supposed to pray or talk to God. Okay, but we see this place of Bethesda, okay, people would rather go to that pool than actually go to their God. Okay, so although maybe they were there for a good purpose, right? They wanted to be healed. Okay, but the thing is, okay, Christ went there because those were, as we see throughout Christ's life, just like when he was in Samaria, he goes to the people that don't know him or are ignorant towards him. Okay, and he goes to this area of people that basically are denying God and his power and saying, hey, I have a better chance of being healed through this pool than going and ask an all-powerful God. Okay, and so that's where we see Jesus coming into the story, him revealing his deity to these people, showing them, hey, you don't need this pool, okay, you just need to trust on me. Okay, and that's with a setting, and we see how Christ is revealing his deity. Okay, therefore the pool of Bethesda became the gathering place for all the lame and blind. Okay, the story may reveal the spiritual ignorance of these people. Over the next several hundred years, following Christ's healing of this man at the pool, churches were built over the pool to commemorate the event. As one church was destroyed, another would replace it. So tourists today see the remains of the myriad of churches, okay, or the many churches, and memorials that mark the spot of the pool of Bethesda. Okay, the pictures included in this study show what it looks like today. Give me 1 second. My notes kind of messed up. Get those back up there for you guys. All right, we have some pictures of this area for you guys to see. This is the pool of Bethesda now. Okay, obviously it's kind of in shambles. It's not quite a pool anymore. Okay, but this is where it would have been. Remember, you have those winding stairs. Okay, going deep into the pool. You see those stairs there. Obviously, they've probably been reconstructed maybe a little bit. Okay, a few more pictures. This is kind of what it would have been like. Okay, this deep area where water could get to. Okay, it'd be a deep water. Okay, and this was where the water would come from. Okay, this is the nearby spring. Remember how it said, okay, the moving waters is what troubled the water. Okay, that is the pool of Bethesda. Sorry, this one was from when it was excavated in 1888 that we mentioned with St. Anne and the Church of St. Anne being repaired in 1888. All right, that is the pool of Bethesda. Okay, but we're going to talk about the meaning of this incident. Okay, the meaning of this incident. Just a few more notes and then we are done for today. This is probably the last note in your book, but I'm going to talk about a few things. Okay, when the lame man told Christ his plight, the Lord did not rebuke him for his spiritual ignorance, right? When the man was saying, hey, I've been cursed and I've been lame for 38 years, right? He's probably sounding like a stubborn old man. I've been lame for 38 years. My life's awful, okay? Instead of Jesus saying, well, yeah, your life's awful. I'm going to go talk to someone else that cares about me or cares about God, right? Instead of that, we see Jesus give him a command and say, as we've talked about many times, and we'll talk about more, what does he say? Take up thy bed and walk. Okay, testing the man in his faith. Okay, in my mind, again, remember I told you you like to think about this scenario, right? Because the Bible sometimes is very black and white. It tells us a story, it tells us what happened. We see it, hindsight 2020. All right, but say you're the man. Okay, remember you're a little spiritual ignorant. Maybe you're mad at God or because you're hurt, you've been lame. Okay, and this man, Jesus, he comes up to you and he's talking to you and then he says, hey, take up that bed and walk. Okay, what if the man would have just, okay, get out of here, leave me alone, right? He's a stubborn, ignorant person at this time. All right, what if he wouldn't have listened? Okay, that man might have been lame the rest of his life. Okay, but he chose to have faith, to do something he hadn't done, and we mentioned this yesterday, in a long time. He hadn't walked in 38 years. He probably forgot what it felt like. Okay, but we see him take up his bed and walk. Okay, so we see the meaning of this incident. The first thing is God reveals the grace and mercy of God. Although this man might have been ignorant, although these people might have been ignorant, we see Jesus come to this man regardless and say, hey, do this thing. You're healed. Okay, I am the Son of God. and we see him go and tell other people. Okay, question. Okay, what lesson should we learn from this man's needs? Anyone have an idea? What lesson should we learn from this man's needs? What? Obedience. That's a good one. Anyone else? Obedience. Faith. Yeah. Okay, he had to have faith. Man, that's like say we pray to God, and he's not through a vision or anything, but he kind of shows us through a sign, right? God stirs our heart and, hey, do this thing, right? We have to have faith to do something, okay? To be saved, our salvation is based off of faith, okay? Not of works, okay? We see faith is a big aspect as well, okay? It is not our responsibility to criticize or rebuke the unsaved for their ignorance or sin, right? Because we're all sinners. The Bible tells us, for all have sinned for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. All right? We see we're all sinners, right? Isn't it easy? I don't know about you guys. Again, I'm guilty. Okay? Maybe I'm at the mall or, I don't know, at Disneyland or wherever I am, going to do whatever task. Okay? Me and Mrs. Coral are thinking about going to SeaWorld because she wants to go do something. Okay, so SeaWorld's open, so we might go to SeaWorld. All right, I might be there, and I just see people doing things that I'm like, man, they shouldn't be doing that. Whether they're, let's say, vaping or whatever. Who knows what they're doing? Okay, and I'm like, man, look at those terrible people. Look at what they're doing. All right, and I see something that maybe the Bible talks about and against. Man, look at those sinful people. Okay, I don't talk like this. This is kind of weird. All right, but maybe if someone thinks about that, I judge them. And I'm just like, can't believe them. All right? We don't see Jesus at all ever in his life. We didn't see it to the Samaritan woman. We didn't see it now. We didn't see it any other time. Okay, when someone was ignorant, okay, or maybe they were sinful or maybe unsaved, okay, Jesus did not turn his back on them. What did he do? To all those people, he goes to them. He talks to them. And he ends up helping and changing their lives. Okay, that's where we see the grace and mercy of God even in our life. We shouldn't rebuke or shun people because maybe they do something that we don't agree with. Okay, but rather to show them the answer for their plight or their decisions. All right, I don't yell at them, man, you're doing this wrong, this wrong, this wrong. All right, sometimes there's a time for that. Okay, but what my job is supposed to do and your job is supposed to do, whether through a friend or a family member, is to go to them and show them the love of God. Hey, man, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. I want to help you. All right, God loves you. Show them the relationship that you have with God, you have with Jesus. All right, and grow his and their life through that. All right, this is the last note we're going to talk about for today. We have a few more questions tomorrow. We're going to talk about the condition of the man. All right, there's going to be a lot of notes tomorrow under that, the condition of the man, some things that we see about him and how God and Jesus works through this story. All right, but that is it for today. There is no homework. It is Wednesday. So be ready for the verse quiz tomorrow. Again, that's John chapter 5, verse 8 and 9. Okay, remember verse 8. It's very, very easy. Take up thy bed and walk is basically the verse. All right, but know the next verse that follows that, chapter 5, verse 8 and 9. That will be tomorrow. Okay, we probably won't have our quiz on Friday. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get through all the notes. I'll do my best. If we do finish, we're probably just going to have the quiz on Monday, so just be prepared for that. And then we'll have a test next week as well. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you're turning in all your work. Okay, we had those verses due 4 times each, so make sure you're turning that in either today or by the end of the week. We will see you next hour. You guys are dismissed. All right, welcome back, distant learners. Hopefully you are still tuned in, as it looked like we lost a few people. Make sure you throw your name back in the chat for this class so I can mark you down as present. And we are going to finish the notes for government today. So follow along so we can finish today. We'll review for our test. We'll have a test on Friday. We'll review for that tomorrow. And then we will have one more chapter. We should be able to finish it next week, and then next Friday, that's the goal. If not, it'll just be moved to the next week. But the goal is next Friday, next week, we'll have our final exam for government, since chapter 12 is our last chapter. So be ready for that. I'm trying to get both those tests in, so you have 2 tests to be able to go to the grading period, and then a quiz as well to help you guys out to be able to up your grades. So if you're like, man, my grade's a little low in government, I want to get it up a little bit, okay, that gives you an opportunity to do that. But also, just like I mentioned yesterday, okay, that also gives you the opportunity to really drop your grade. Okay, so make sure you're finishing strong. Okay, just a few more days this week, next week, and then the grading period is over. Then you get to restart with a new slate for the new semester. All right, so finish strong, keep those grades up, certainly, because I think we are trying to do, at least that's what I was told to do those, the A honor roll and B honor roll, because it's not going to be as easy this year to just where everyone gets to go. That's not how it's going to work. It's going to be those who actually earn it and have all A's or all B's, not average. So be ready for that. Work your hardest to that and do your best. If you ever have any questions, distant learners, again, on work, ask me. If you're like, hey, I sent that in and you had a 0 or missing in it, okay, just tell me how you sent it, so maybe I can check it out. I do have most of your guys' grades in. I don't think all of them, but I have most of them. So you can always check those as well. Most of you are doing pretty well. All right, I believe we ended on 119, right? That's when we're on? 119? All right. 119 is where we're on. We prayed last hour, so we're not going to pray again. But keep those prayers in mind, as obviously we have a few peers in here who had prayer requests, so pray for them. I'm at home. Think about them during the weeks, as I pray for you guys at home as well. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. Let me know if you need anything, but here we go. Okay, continuing on talking about these different financial things in the state and local government. We talked about general sales tax. Okay, we also talked about a few other things yesterday, but we have a few more notes with it. Okay, the sales tax is considered a regressive tax because it tends to place the greatest burden on those with lower incomes. So know that. You want to know sales tax is considered regressive tax. Okay, although everyone pays the same rate, the poor must spend a larger portion or proportion of their income in necessities like food and medicine. Most states avoid this problem by exempting necessary goods from the sales tax. Okay, many states do this, but not all of them. Looks like we have Christian Halsey, Jake, Ellie, Christian Cormel. I think that's the whole gang. Good to see everyone with that. Okay, again, most states avoid this. Some of these sales tax or considered regressive taxes. Okay, although everyone pays the same rate, the poor must spend a larger proportion of their income. Isn't that just like the same thing that was in the last one? I'm just going to delete this slide then. Skadoosh. All right. Okay, so we see some things and where obviously the Bible disagrees with this. Remember, not everything, but some things, certainly some chapters. Okay, we covered certainly things that were more morally or things how our country stands on or was based on. Okay, it's always good to have Bible to back you up, because Bible is the absolute truth. Okay, so we see the Bible clearly warns against oppressing the poor. Okay, or these regressive taxes. It says in Proverbs 14, verse 31, "He that oppresseth the poor reproacheth his maker." Okay, basically saying, okay, and we see even throughout all history of mankind, okay, like when nobles or rich men, they ruled the poor, peasants, right? Even in medieval times, way back in Bible times, Okay, we see the Bible, and a smart man, Solomon, obviously being inspired, wrote this saying, hey, he that oppresseth the poor, okay, or he that makes life hard for the poor, okay, he's reproaching, okay, or he's despising his maker, or God. Because, what? What do you say? The M? It can be. It doesn't have to be. It can be, though. Anytime you reference an adjective word towards God, because it's not really a name going to God, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying like the maker, but quoted in the Bible, it says maker, giving him more of like, hey, this is his action. Does that make more sense? Or like Prince of Peace, that'd be capitalized because that's a specific name for him. So it's a little bit different. Okay, so we see again those who despise or approacheth the poor. Okay, know this verse that goes with it. Okay, the Bible tells us reproacheth or despiseth his maker. Okay, some other taxes that we're going to talk about. We have income tax. Okay, not all of you know what this is quite yet, but you will soon if you don't. Some of you do. Okay, income tax, certainly in the state of California. Okay, it's an important source of revenue for many states. Okay, over 43 states levy an individual income tax, and 45 levy a corporate income tax. We're going to talk about what those are a little bit. Some use an individual income tax, some use a corporate income tax. They're a little bit different. All of them have a type of income tax, yes. It's just different rates, different meanings behind the tax. Okay, one thing that goes under these, okay, income rates vary among the states. In many states, or most states, which levy an individual income tax, okay, so the states that do individual income tax, the rates, like those for federal income tax, are progressive. Okay, so it's called, so those who are doing individual income tax, okay, we have individual and we have corporate. Okay, individual income tax is called progressive income tax. Okay, individual income tax is called progressive income tax. Okay, meaning this, when persons or people with greater incomes pay at a higher rate. Okay, it was initiated by those who wish to use government to help bring about economic equality, which is one of the basic goals of socialism. Okay, that is one of the main goals and ideas of socialism. Okay, when a person with greater incomes pay at a higher rate. Okay, when it's not equal around the board. Okay, obviously if you make more money, you are paying more money. Okay, but this progressive income tax means, hey, if you make more money, we're not going to charge you the same rate, but charge you more. Okay, that's what it means. Rather than keeping a equal amount or percentage for everyone, although obviously if you make more money, it's still going to be more money. Okay, so again, that's progressive income tax, or also called, what was the other term for it? We talked about individual, corporate. Progressive income tax is another name for, I lost you. Individual income tax. Just know that another name for it is progressive income tax. You'll want to know that. So they just equal the same thing. Individual, progressive income tax are the same thing. All right, we also have corporate income tax. Corporate income tax, in most states or cases, is uniform, or always the same, equal. Okay? Each corporation pays a certain fixed percentage of profits. Okay, saying fixed percentage, meaning it stays the same no matter what. So say you have a large business that makes a ton of money, and then maybe a smaller business that doesn't make quite as much, okay, but they're both in the same category of businesses. Okay, they're paying the same fixed percentage of profits. Obviously, it'll be less if they're making less money with that. Okay, so get this down. Okay, so basically another name for corporate income tax, if you want to highlight this. So again, individual tax. What's another name for individual income tax? Progressive. Okay, another name for corporate, it's in the term, is uniform income tax. Okay, those go together. You'll want to know that. So corporate income tax is uniform income tax. Individual income tax is progressive income tax. Okay, our next tax that we're going to talk about that are in most states, nearly every state levies inheritance or estate taxes. So we have an inheritance tax. Okay, this is levied against a person's inheritance or inherited share of an estate before it passes to beneficiaries. Okay, state, it's quoted or called, this inheritance tax is called the death taxes. Okay, they are levied in addition to federal estate tax. Okay, so basically this is when you're inherited to something. Okay, that doesn't just mean like, all right, someone died, I get an inheritance, although it does cover that as well. But anytime you inherit land, building, things, okay, there is this inheritance tax on it. If I'm ever going too fast, just yell at me so you guys can finish the note. Everyone good on this one? All right, our next one that kind of deals with this, obviously it's different, okay, but something that's similar, is a gift tax. Okay, what do you think this is a tax on? Okay, a certain type of gift. Okay, obviously not like, hey, here's a gift, you don't have to pay taxes on it. All right, it's not quite that. Okay, but a gift tax is levied when one gives a large gift of money or property to another person. So usually one, so like a large amount of money or like a contract that you have signed, that there's a contract agreement through someone else or a company. All right, this would be something you would have to claim or do on your taxes. It's called a gift tax. Okay, again, not all states do these taxes, the inheritance and gift tax, okay, but many do. Our next one is a very popular tax. You guys will also know of this one as you get older. Okay, but today, the property tax is the chief source of income for local governments. Property tax. That's one that gets everyone. So no, property tax is the chief source of income for local governments. It can be levied on real and personal property. Okay, so there's a difference between real property and personal property. We're going to talk about that here in a second. Those are our next notes. Okay, but no, property tax is the chief source of income for local governments. Okay, and it can be levied or basically split up into real or personal property. Okay, so first we have real property. Real property. Okay, this includes land, buildings, and improvements on the land. Okay, taxes on real property are sometimes called, that should be real estates taxes. Let me change that real quick. Not Ray. Real. Okay, so we have real properties includes land, buildings, and improvements on the land. Okay, these taxes on real properties are sometimes called real estates taxes. Okay, not always. You don't really need to know that last part. Okay, but do know real property includes land, the buildings, and improvements on the land. Okay, a personal property, so know the difference between the two. But personal property includes personal possessions and may be divided into tangible personal property. Okay, tangible meaning what? Things you can touch or feel. Okay, things like tools, animals, autos, so like automobiles, tractors, anything like that. Pianos, okay, musical instruments, TV sets, electronics, etc. Okay, tangible, anything touched, there, physical. Okay, and intangible personal property, like bank accounts, stocks, bonds, things that are like up in the air, up in the system, but not physical touching things. Okay, these would all be things considered under personal property. Okay, know the difference between the two. What is real property? There you go. Land, buildings, and improvement on the land. Okay, that's real property. Okay, personal property, okay, pretty common sense, personal property are your personal, individual, tangible, and intangible things. Okay, the smaller stuff. Okay, know that, know the difference between those. Okay, with property taxes, okay, they're based upon value. Okay, value of the house, value of, okay, the thing, the space you have. Okay, so with this, you are going to have things that are called assessments. Assessments of property. Okay, this is where a lot of times you have someone come and assess your property, certainly when you have a house. Okay, they inspect it, they see what's going on with it. But an assessment, okay, is a determination of value for tax purposes. Okay, again, if it's bigger or larger, you're paying more taxes on it. Okay, this is an assessment is a determination of value for state purposes. Okay, and the people that do the assessments, okay, what do you think they're called? They're the ones that perform assessments. Assessors, pretty common sense. Assessors, okay, are popularly elected officials or people who determine the values of these different properties. An assessor. Taxable personal property is usually assessed each year. Okay, we have some more notes with property tax here in a second. The assessment value of property is usually lower than the true market value, and it generally ranges between 40 to 60% of the market value. Okay, and I'm going to give you an example here on the next note. Okay, property tax rates often vary or are expressed in terms of mills. Okay, so know that M-I-double-L-S, not M-I-L-S like millions. Okay, mills, M-I-L-L-S. So no, property tax is usually expressed in mills. Okay, which means a thousandth of a dollar. Okay, if a piece of property is given an assessment value of $50,000, okay, the tax rate is 50 mills. Okay, the tax on the property would be $2,500. All right, obviously this is not math class. You don't have to know how to do the math on that. Okay, but be familiar with if like a true and false question or something said, hey, what are the rates? Okay, what do you need to know? Okay, know that they're measured in mills. It's a thousandth of a dollar. Okay, be able to do a little bit math on there. So $50,000, obviously that's 1,000, tens, thousands. Okay, so you have 50 mills. Okay, not something you need to know by heart, but do be familiar with it. We'll review for this tomorrow. Okay, every state levies business tax. Our next tax is business tax. Okay, so we've talked about a few different taxes: income tax, property tax, sales tax. These are all our state and local taxes. Things you will get to enjoy soon, that if you don't already enjoy all of them. How joyful. Okay, every state tax, or every state levies business taxes. Many levy a severance tax for the removal of natural resources. States gain revenue from motor vehicle licenses, driver licenses, hunting, fishing licenses, and marriage licenses. Yes, you have to pay for all of those. You have to pay to get married, guys. It's true. I just did. Okay, you're paying for, some of you have a vehicle. I don't know if you're paying for it or your parents are, but some of you might be paying for that. Okay, you have to pay for insurance. You have to pay for your license plate. Okay, you have to pay to get it renewed every year with the little sticker that goes on the back. Okay, I just got mine for that as well. Yes, for the car. On your license plate, there's a sticker. You know what I'm talking about? Not everyone does it, but you're supposed to get it replaced every year. You have a question? Yes, ma'am. Are they reduced on what? Are they reduced on marriages? What do you mean reduced? That is a complex system to explain, Esther. It depends. It really depends. What's your income? So like I know, they're not really friends. They're people I know, not really friends. But people I know that I've worked with, and I mean, I wouldn't call them close friends, but I mean, like, we're little friends, I guess. Okay, but both of them make a lot of money. They work in, like, I don't think they're quite lawyers, but they work in that field. And so they both make a lot of money. So they profit and their taxes are lower by not being married, which obviously isn't biblical. Okay, but they are basically married. They've been married for like 20 years or 15 years. They're an older couple. Okay, but they're never gonna get married because it's cheaper for them. But obviously, for some people, it does help you out. Okay, so it's kind of a complex system. You can cheat the system a little bit in that. But yeah, obviously, biblical standards come first. You shouldn't live married if you're not married. That's what the Bible says. Well, so the Bible teaches, okay, that you should obey government unless it goes against the Bible. Okay, so if the government says, hey, to be married, you need to be married through state, so you need to be married through state. Okay, the Bible says we also need to be married through church. Okay, so you need to be married or through someone that's ordained through the church. Okay, so it's kind of both. Does that make sense? So, I mean, would you rather not pay marriage taxes? Yes, you would rather not. They don't tax you because of marriage, just taxes become different when you're married. Because there's two of you now. It's not just like individual taxes, which are cheaper. Does that make sense? I mean, again, it's a complex math system. Like, you can cheat the numbers if you like really work at it, but that's the basis of it. Okay, we do have some non-tax revenues. Okay, so these are all these different taxes with it. Okay, know them. Okay, non-tax revenues. Okay, fees. So these are all, again, non-tax revenues. Okay, it says right there. But first, we have fees charged by special government districts for such services as water and utilities. Okay, like court fines, tolls. Okay, tolls collected from a bridge, highways, canals, profits from sale, public lands, so like when people let you use or when you're allowed or leasing public lands. Many states earn interest on the investment of public funds. Okay, these are all things that are non-tax. Okay, but we have lotteries, casino gambling, borrowing. These are non-tax revenues. That is not true, no. Not if you win the lottery. If you win the lottery, it's not something that you're like taxed on, but there is a percentage you lose when you win the money. It's not the same though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like itself, like if you actually do it right, obviously I don't gamble, so I don't know everything about it. I know a little bit. Okay, but when you turn in your things, like she said, you don't get taxed off of it. But when you like win, like say you win the $1 million lottery, okay, usually, or say you go on a game show, right, and they win, hey, I just won $1 million. Usually you only get 60% of it. You lose 40% of it. So if you win $1 million, really you're only getting 600,000. But yes, that's what it's saying. Like yeah, that's what it's saying at like when you're just like paying. Obviously, again, I don't do it, so it's not like I'm an expert in it. Okay, but when you're turning it in, that's what it's saying. Lottery money per se. Non-tax. Okay, not winnings towards like game shows or like the large lottery. Like, yeah, it's a little bit different. Okay, we have casino gambling, obviously kind of under the same thing, and borrowing. Okay, one source of non-tax revenues that has increased noticeably in recent years is that of fees. Okay, that of fees, that's just a side note. You don't need to know that. Okay, but be familiar with it. One source of non-tax revenues that has increased noticeably in recent years is that of fees charged by special government districts for such services as water and utilities. Okay, yes, we pay a lot for water and electric. Certainly in California, sadly, it makes me cry sometimes. It's like, man, it almost doubled from where I came from last year. It's true. The sad thing is the water here is not even that good. It's not good water. It's not good water. it makes your skin all dry. It's not good to drink. I'm not saying you can't drink it, but what? Don't look at me like that. After this note, then I'll explain it. All right, our last note for today. Okay, we'll give you guys a little free time. Okay, in most states, the governor, okay, finishing and summarizing all of this at the end. Okay, in most states, the governor has been made responsible for planning of preliminary budgets, okay, which will deal with all these different things we've talked about. Okay, once a budget has been adopted by the legislator, the governor is responsible to see that it is administered, sorry, my mouth is dry, properly. Okay, as you notice, this is the end of chapter 11. Okay, tomorrow we're going to review chapters 10 and 11, and then we will have a test on Friday over chapters 10 and 11. Okay, so be ready for that. Distant learners, you may also make a study sheet if you want to do that while we have class, and then finish it later at home. Okay, study sheets do give you a little bit of bonus depending how much work you put into it. I give you up to 5 points bonus. So always do a study sheet. I basically give you 3/4 of making a study sheet in class. Okay, I try to help you guys out with that. So not only do you have a study reference, because when you write, you learn. Okay, you remember things when you write it down. All right, so while you're writing stuff down to get bonus, you're also studying for the test already. So make sure you're doing that, doing as much as you can. It is Wednesday, no homework again. So hopefully you guys are doing well. Let me know if you have any questions, and we will see you tomorrow.
All right. Oh, I forgot to move that. Let me just fly across the screen. All right. Welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started. We're in 12.4. 12.4. In your supplement, we are on page 108. In your textbook, we are on page 209. Textbook page 209, supplement page 108. We are talking about 12.4 colligative properties. Unlike what it sounds like, this has nothing to do with Colgate, okay? Just want to mention that very quickly to make sure that we're all on the same page. Anyway, and we're going to talk about colloids. This has nothing to do with that either, okay? There's a lot of similar sounding words in this chapter, and it's not my fault. All right, so, oh my word. You know, every time you ask me that, Emma, I die a little inside.
I'm so sorry.
Because I'll repeat the page numbers multiple times at the beginning. And then, like, I get, like, full on in my introduction. I'm getting ready to make my point. What page are we on? Oh. We're on page 108 and 209.
I got it.
Okay, cool. I completely lost my train of thought now.
I am so sorry.
Anyway. Yeah, I got it. Hold on. I'm just waiting for Noah. Hi. Good morning. Want to face front? Pay attention. Okay, cool. Do it anyway. All right. Colligative property is any property that depends on the number of particles, not on the identity of the particles. Okay. So that's just a really key thing. We're talking about amount of stuff rather than dealing with what stuff is. Okay. And that's really what we're talking about here. And so there's multiple colligative properties, and you might not understand what we mean yet. That's okay. You'll kind of get the hang of it as we go. Okay. But the first one was probably one of the most obvious ones, and that's vapor pressure. And so with vapor pressure in a closed vessel at a given temperature, the liquid is in equilibrium with its vapor. Okay. So if, for example, if we want to just take a specific example, water. Okay. In here, even though there's a very tiny amount of water vapor at the very, 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 very tippy top, because they leave as little space as possible, that will be in equilibrium. The same amount is condensing back into the water as is evaporating. Okay, if I left that there all day, it wouldn't completely evaporate. It wouldn't become a gas inside the bottle. Okay, now if I left it open all day, that's a different story. Okay, and it would continue to evaporate until it reached equilibrium. So evaporation and condensation goes back and forth. Basically, at equilibrium, the number of molecules evaporating and the number of molecules condensing are equal. And that's really what we're talking about here. And so it creates what we call vapor pressure. This is pressure exerted by the vapor when a liquid phase and vapor phase are in equilibrium. This is a measure of escaping tendency of molecules in a liquid. This rises with temperature and decreases in the presence of a solute. Okay? If you don't think that it rises with temperature, just put a pot of water on the stove and suddenly steam. Okay? It starts evaporating a lot faster. Okay? That's all steam is, by the way. It's just really, really rapidly evaporating water. That's oversimplified, but you know what? We're moving on. When it comes to presence of a solute, it decreases the amount of steam. Specifically, salt water is our example we tend to use in this case. If I add salt to water, first of all, it'll evaporate less if I leave it out next to a container that's just evaporating pure water. Okay? Actually, that would be a really easy thing to show, like over the course of the week. Okay, I might do that at the end. But anyway, on the other hand, that also will increase its boiling temperature, decrease its freezing point. Does that make sense? Okay. Oh, boiling and freezing point. There we go. That's in the next point. So you may have noticed, why is my brain just like freezing? Oceans don't freeze over. Salty lakes don't freeze over. Okay, or if they do, it has to be much colder. Okay, does that make sense? That's what's happening, is that salt is interfering with that. It does not say the ice doesn't form, it just doesn't like form as easily. All right, so vapor pressure is one. All right, boiling point elevation and freezing point depression. Basically, it'll increase the boiling point, decrease the freezing point. A good way to get water hotter, if you want it that way, is to add some salt to it. Obviously, though, it would take a lot of salt to do that, and at that point, it might be interfering with what you're trying to also do with water, but you know what? Moving on. This is the increase of boiling point of a solution due to the presence of solute. So basically, we take the boiling point of the solution minus the... I don't know why someone from Louisiana is calling me, but I don't care. All right, so we take the boiling point of the solution minus the boiling point of the solvent, and that is the boiling point elevation. We do all this in Kelvin, by the way. Similarly, the freezing point will lower. Again, salt water freezes at a lower temperature. This is why Fahrenheit seems to be set like offset like crazy. Okay, the original definition for Fahrenheit was 0 was extremely concentrated salt water when it froze. It wasn't until later that Celsius was like, what if we just use pure water, because that's a lot easier to do. Okay, and then 0 moved, and whole different scale, but we're moving on. Okay, so you'll notice that change there as well. Okay, I do want this, but I want the other tab. All right, so basically, if we have just pure solvent, but then we go through and add solute into it, you'll notice the freezing point lowers, the boiling point will rise through temperature, if that makes sense. Okay, and that's essentially what happens, is we get this change. It'll still follow the same curve and everything. It just will be more stretched, if you will. Okay, and that's really what we're looking at there. So let's look at example 12.5. Find the boiling point and the freezing point of an aqueous solution of 6.9 grams of glucose dissolved in 125 grams of water. Okay, so essentially it's all coming down to ratio. Okay, we could scale this up to kilograms if we wanted to. It wouldn't matter, but it's all about the ratio in this case. In this case, grams is easy to work with, so that's what we're going to use. So, did I include the equations? Yes, it did. Okay. So first of all, we need the molar mass of sugar. Okay, so we find the molar mass of sugar, 6 carbons, 12 hydrogens, 6 oxygens, and we get it's 180.16 grams per mole. Again, that overline means that's the less significant figure. Once we've found that, then we can convert and figure out how many moles we have. So we have 6.9 grams. And we're going to go ahead and cancel that, and we get 0.038 moles. Now you'll notice in equations 6 and 7, the change in temperature is equal to B times K sub whatever, whether we're talking about boiling point or freezing point. And that B, remember, means molality. So we're going to take and find B. So we know moles, we know amount of grams of water. And so we find the molality. Remember, molality is moles per kilogram. Okay, so we have 0.038 moles all over 0.125 kilograms. And we get 0.31 moles per kilogram. So the new boiling point, all we have to do then is we take our formula, which is the change in temperature is equal to the boiling point times, the molality times the original boiling point. That's not right. What's K sub B? That's not the original boiling point. The original, K sub B is your constant as provided in table 12.7. Okay. So we have our constant here. That was looked up in table 12.7 on page 211. Multiply those together. Our change in our boiling point is 0.16 degrees Celsius. Notice again, that's the change. That's not the new boiling point. Okay? Dissolving a little bit of sugar in water does not make it instantly boil at freezing. Okay? Does that make sense? That's how much it's going to increase the boiling temperature by. So we'll answer the question at the end. For the freezing one, we do the same thing, except for water. The freezing constant is 1.86 degrees Celsius per kilogram moles. And once all that cancels, we find that that's a change of 0.58 degrees Celsius. So the new boiling point is 100.16 degrees Celsius. The new freezing point is negative 0.58 degrees Celsius. Again, very small changes, almost indiscernible changes. We also have included very little sugar compared to water. Does that make sense? Like, it's a very tiny amount. So it's a tiny change. Now, this can be a good thing, and while you guys are doing that, I'm going to discuss this. This can be a very good thing for us, and something that we can actually manipulate. And the thing that makes this very useful is that we can make things like antifreeze. Okay, antifreeze is just a mixture. It includes water, but it's mixed in with enough things to keep water's freezing point much lower than what it would naturally be. It's not great chemicals for the environment and things like that, but it does keep the water from freezing in your radiator. So what are you gonna do? All right. No, you can't just add salt to water to make your own antifreeze. It does not lower it enough, especially in colder climates. Here you might be able to go with it, but the salt's not good for your engine either. So anyway, however, you may have wondered that how certain fish can survive in water that is very cold, such as in Antarctica. Most seawater has a freezing point of about negative 1.85 degrees Celsius. The temperature of seawater around an iceberg. However, several species of fish that live in oceans around Antarctica should have a freezing point of negative 1.46 degrees Celsius for their blood plasma, based on total concentration of dissolved solutes in their blood. Since they live in water about negative 1.85 degrees Celsius, their blood should freeze. Well, why doesn't it? Well, certain proteins found in the blood of these fish act as antifreeze proteins to prevent their blood from freezing. With all other solutes removed, the freezing point depression due to these proteins is 1,000 times greater than expected on the basis of their molality alone. These proteins bind themselves to microscopic ice crystals in the bloodstream, thereby both preventing the crystals from growing, and lowering the freezing point of the blood to about negative 2.5 degrees Celsius, which is below the freezing point of seawater. Similar antifreeze proteins are found in the blood of fish that live in North Atlantic and are also found in several insects and plants, as they allow these fish, insects, and plants to survive in very cold conditions. These antifreeze proteins clearly evidence God's careful design in their creation. That's not something that could be evolved, to suddenly have antifreeze proteins in your blood. Okay, natural selection would kill you off before that, because that's how it works. Anyway, we're moving on. With this, though, we can have, oh goodness, my brain is just shut down today. In addition to just changing temperatures at which things happen, we can also change other properties about the fluid. For example, water by itself. Okay. For example, water by itself will not conduct electricity. It's actually not possible for water to do so. If you send an electric current through pure water, the most that may happen if you turn it up high enough is the water separate into hydrogen and oxygen. But it won't actually conduct electricity at lower voltages. You have to crank the voltage pretty high to get there. So the issue there is, well, okay, then why is toasters and curling irons and stuff like in the bathroom potentially dangerous? And I don't know why you'd want a toaster in the bathroom anyway, but we're moving on. It's one of the running things. Don't want to take the hairdryer into the tub with you. Why is that so dangerous then if water can't conduct electricity? Well, the issue isn't water. The issue is what's dissolved in the water. Because you'll notice I said pure water. Pure water cannot conduct electricity. However, as soon as you get any form of minerals in there, it becomes a really great conductor of electricity. And by the time it makes it through just the pipes in your house, it's probably picked up at least a little bit of metal shavings. I mean, a little bit, if nothing else. That's not even counting the chlorine that's been put in there to disinfect the water, and it gets canceled out, don't worry. Everything's in safe amounts, but that doesn't include the natural salinity of the water, because very rarely do they bother getting everything out. That doesn't include any of the other minerals. In Banning, there's a ton of stuff in our water. I know because my filters die really fast. Okay, like it's one of those where it's you can try your best, but it's still not going to get everything out. So that's why it's such a dangerous thing, and why it can be an issue. Okay, and so that's how you can have experiments dealing with electricity and water, and that's why it works. It's because of what's dissolved in the water. And so We can basically have three categories of something dissolved in a fluid. I don't want to keep saying water because it's more than just water, but we can have a strong electrolyte where it's basically as if I connected copper directly to whatever it is I'm trying to power. You can have a weak electrolyte where like it gets there, but it's got to really struggle to get there. And then there's non-electrolytes, like it just nope. Okay, that's pure water until at least some of the electrodes actually erode by the natural movement of water, and then suddenly conductor. So even pure water can be dangerous, so I don't recommend doing that either. So, okay. So non-electrolytes are substances that do not ionize or dissociate in aqueous solutions to produce ions that can conduct an electrical current. They do not produce more particles when they dissolve than were there prior to dissolution. An example of this is sugar. Okay, if I dissolve sugar into water, I still have sugar water. It's the same thing. Okay, the sugar doesn't break apart. The water doesn't go through and separate it. There's sugar molecules in the water. That's all that happens. Okay, it's rather boring as far as chemistry goes. And so with that, okay, we have that rather boring scenario, but sugar water can't conduct electricity. Again, same issue. If it could, you wouldn't need to worry about getting electrolytes in you. And it's not something you actually have to worry about. If you just eat normally, you'll be fine. Unless you're like running 5 marathons in a row, then you might want to actually be concerned. Also, you might want to stop. Anyway, but with that, okay, okay, we wouldn't have to worry about it because then, okay, the body could just shove some more sugar in the bloodstream and we'd be fine. The effects of dehydration are not just lack of water, they're also lack of electrolytes. Okay, the body communicates within itself using electricity. Okay, you actually conduct electricity, and that's a good thing. Just don't touch electrical wires when they're live. Yes, we do produce very small amounts of bioelectricity because that's how the impulses and everything works. It's much like, this is oversimplified because this is not a biology class, but it's similar in idea to a USB cable. You have two things for power, that's not what we're talking about, but there's also 2 lines in basic USB for data, one forward, one backward. That's essentially what your nerves are, is they're that forward-backward path to your brain. They help complete that circuit. And so these little impulses actually tell your muscles to contract. That's actually, when I did that, that was actually my brain sending an electrical impulse down to shock the muscle to contracting, which is why if you get an electric shock, your muscles will just contract unwillingly. Because it's what it's being told to do. Muscles are actually pretty dumb without the rest of the nervous system. Okay, so that's how that works. So this wouldn't be a problem. This is why there's such a market for sports drinks and everything, although that is... Let me put it this way. For better hydration, drink water. If you really need to replenish nutrients fast, drink a glass of chocolate milk unless you're lactose intolerant, then yeah, anyway. Yeah, I know. I'm in that boat too. But chocolate milk will actually replenish more nutrients than any sports drink. Anyway, moving on. Answer. Of ionize? That's where they separate into ions. Dissolve. We defined that at the beginning. All right. All right. Electrolytes, on the other hand, do ionize or dissociate in aqueous solutions to produce ions that can conduct electrical current. This does produce more particles than when they dissolve. Wait. Yeah, that's right. That's just really weird wording. And I wrote it. Than there were prior to dissolution. Okay. So hydrogen bromide. You'll notice I've written H3O. That's because that's technically what happens. We'll talk about that more in acids. Don't worry about it. Okay. You're like, where's the water coming? Just don't go down that path yet. Okay. Essentially, you can think of it as a free hydrogen ion, but it's not actually free because water likes hydrogen. That's all you need to know. All right, sodium chloride, the more common example, actually splits up into sodium ions and chlorine ions, which you'll notice are charged. These charged particles actually move through the fluid and carry the electrical current. It's them actually moving around. Okay, so that's how electric current can be conducted as an electrolyte. This is why small amounts of salt are actually good for you. Okay, it's just really, really, really easy to overdo it, to where you just become like super saturated with salt. Okay, for example, I think it's, oh goodness, you know what? I'm not going to say it because I don't want to be wrong. All right, but let's just say one fast food meal probably has more salt than you need in the day. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So take it easy on there. Another common one you need is potassium. Potassium is actually a little harder to get depending on your diet. So that would be more one. If you're trying to eat less salt, maybe try to find things more with potassium in it, because you need that electrolyte in there as well. They all do different things. Potassium, there are quite a few things with potassium, but it's one of those things that's kind of hard to track because not everyone reports it. But bananas have a lot of potassium. Spinach has a lot of potassium. I don't know. There's a few things. I think some beans contain potassium. So it's one of those things where you should be aware of it. Okay, you should be aware of like maybe less sodium, maybe more potassium. That would be better for you. Mostly because I know personally it's kind of hard for me to get all the potassium I'm supposed to get in a day. But that's just is what it is. All right, so just mentioning that. It also tends to get left out of multivitamins for some reason. Like multivitamins will like have everything else but potassium, and I'm like, but why? Anyway, maybe there's a reason. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too deeply. But anyway, those electrolytes are essential for not just your body's blood content to be correct and for hydration to work correctly, but it's also necessary to carry things like your nerve signals. That's why you can feel so drained if you're dehydrated. It's why you can feel so exhausted if you're malnourished. Okay, it has to deal with your missing key things that are needed to even move the energy around. You might have plenty of energy, it just might not be able to get where it's going, or it might not be able to be signaled. Okay, one of those things. Okay, so this splits up like this. Figure 12, 13. All right. Anyway, you will tend to get ion clusters in a solution. That's what they're showing here. It's just showing very slowly. And so you'll get clusters of ions throughout the solution, but it will remain dissolved. So they will begin to associate over time. That association really helps the electricity to be conducted. Okay. Rats, I didn't mean to close that. I meant to go back. All right. Now, colligative properties are affected by the solubility of the solute. Solutes that solutes rarely totally dissolve, and I think that's actually what I was talking about with that animation. So the number of effective particles decreases. This causes a decrease in the effect solutes have on colligative properties. So let's say we have a weak electrolyte. For example, HC2H3O2, that's actually a very weak acid. Again, we'll talk about it more later. But it's extremely weak, and so you're going to have quite a bit of it that just stays itself. It might go into solution, but it'll just stay all clumped together. Some of it will break off and do the acidic things. Some of it will break off and do the negative ion things. But you're going to end up with still quite a bit of the same stuff, just in water. Okay, is the idea. Now, one other thing with colligative properties is osmosis. And this is what happens when we pass something through a semi-permeable membrane. Semi-permeable membrane is a substance which permits the passage of some molecules but not others. And basically, osmosis is the flow of water from a lower solute concentration to a higher solute concentration across a semi-permeable membrane. Notice it's not from less water to more water. It wants to balance out the concentration more than it wants to balance out the water. And so it creates a very unique situation here where you'll end up with more fluid on one side than the other because it's trying to balance it out. We can't get the sugar back through the semi-permeable membrane, but water can come over and help dissolve it. And so it's always going to flow from less concentrated to more concentrated in an attempt to balance out the concentration as much as it possibly can. Okay, Yes. I'm sorry? Yes, it's how they get water into the cell membranes and out. I'm sure it's used other ways too, but that's biology. This is as far as I go with it. All right. Not saying it's not important, just not my field. All right, osmotic pressure is the pressure exerted on the membrane under osmosis and equilibrium. In other words, how much pressure the membrane has to endure. The direction of solvent flow is always from the more dilute solution to the more concentrated solution. Has nothing to do with where the levels are. Okay, it will always go from less concentrated to more concentrated, which if you have one side that's pure water and one side that's not, you're going to end up with very little pure water left at the end. Basically is the idea. You can see there on page 214 what happens to cells that end up with too much or too little stuff surrounding them. Because osmosis will always work that way. Okay. If you have a normal solute solution, you see figure A. If you're in a hypotonic solution, meaning it's been placed into almost pure water, okay, it will just expand like crazy because water is going to flow into the cell because it has more concentrated solution. And so the solution that the cells are in needs to match what's inside the cells to a degree, so that way they don't suddenly blow up like a balloon or shrivel in a hypertonic solution where all the water has to leave, okay, which is, it's easier to dehydrate than to do the other. So just mentioning that. And then one other thing, page 215, we can do what's called reverse osmosis. I don't think I have a slide on this. Oh, I do. You can do what's called reverse osmosis, words, but it requires us applying pressure, okay? Basically what we can do is if we have salt water, this is typically its application, is trying to purify ocean water. We have the earth covered by water, and like less than 1% of it is drinkable. So figuring out other ways to get drinking water, not a bad thing. Okay, so we can do this, push a piston of salt water, press it through a semi-permeable membrane, get fresh water, and use the tap to remove it. You can see a desalination plant. It just means removing saline or removing salt. Okay, there on figure B on page 215. But it requires a lot of pressure, and the membranes are still expensive. They're getting better. And so the main thing here is that it's still just not cost effective to do, but it is getting there. Okay, so this is one way where we could provide the world with more drinking water is through reverse osmosis. The best part is this can almost be done on site. This is also done by some ships. I think this is the process. It's used by some ships to provide drinking water to the people there, so they don't have to store a ton of water. So that's one thing there. So that's really the application of this. That is where I'm going to call it, because that is the end of 12.4, and we're almost out of time anyway. Tomorrow we'll talk about 12.5, and again, just make sure you guys are aware and prepared for the fact that your Chapter 12 homework is due Friday. Your Quiz 12 will be Friday, and Test 6 will be at the end of next week, which is also the end of your quarter. Okay, end of second quarter is next Friday. Not this Friday, next Friday. So that test will be right there, right in time. So make sure you guys are ready for it. We will cover a couple sections on elements first. Are there any questions? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started today. We're going to be on page number 206, section 7.6. The Consumer Price Index for clothing. This is very similar to the Consumer Price Index for food. Each year, billions of dollars are spent on retail goods and services. Clothing purchases constitute nearly 40% of the total. Cost of clothing has not risen as rapidly as cost for all other goods and services. From 1990 through 1995, the cost of apparel and upkeep rose about 11%, but the cost of all goods and services rose an average of 21%. The CPIU graph comparing the rise in food prices for clothing and for all goods and services is shown. The table which follows the graph shows more recent price changes for specific clothing items. Okay? So, if we look here, the black is the clothing, the red is all goods and services. You see in 1985, clothing was 105.0. All other goods were 107.6. Go all the way down to 1995. We have clothing was 132. All other goods and services were 152.4. Okay. On the next page, we have clothing price changes from 1994 to 1995. Infant clothing went down. Okay. It went down in price. 0.9%. Men's clothing went down 0.2%. Women's clothing went down 4%. And shoes went down 0.6%. Okay, look at our model problem here. If Andrea bought a dress in 1995 for $90, what would she have paid for a similar dress in 1985? According to the graph, find the answer to the nearest dollar. Okay, so she bought it in 1995. And the clothing index in 1995 was 132. The cost is 90, so we set up our ratio of $90 over 132 equals, this is the other half of our proportion, cost, which we don't know what the cost is, and our index, which is 105. Okay? We cross multiply, because when we find proportions, we can cross multiply, and then solve for C. Cross multiply, solve for C. And then we get C equals $71.59 in 1985. Mrs. Jever bought a suit for $200 at the beginning of 1994. She waited until the beginning of 1995 to buy the suit. What would the price have been according to the price index? Find the cost of the suit at the beginning of 1995. Decrease 1994 cost by 4%. Okay? So, 4% is going to be 0.04. 200 times 0.04 is $8. So we're going to subtract $8 from 200, and we're going to get $192. All right? I want you guys to work on a few problems here. We'll go ahead and work on problems 1 through 4. Work on those while I get the quiz ready for the rest of you. Distance learners, I emailed you the quiz code along with the link, so you guys can go ahead and do that right now. So go ahead and do the quiz. Again, that's sections 1.4 or 7.1 to 7.4. Do that quiz by the end of the day or before class tomorrow. And it's Wednesday, so there is no homework. So I'll be passing out the quiz here in class. You guys online, do your quiz, and we'll see you tomorrow.
So literature books. Yesterday you were to look over page 116 and 117. So just let's look over some notes that we can take from those. For those of you in distant learning, please comment that you're here. And then take your literature books, turn to page 116 and 117. So we just talked about some background for the Restoration period. Obviously, since we've moved on from the previous chapter. Interesting. Hold on. So the Restoration in the 18th century, just some review from yesterday. We saw that the Restoration period, or the first half of the Restoration period, was known as the Age of Pope. The second part was the Age of, was it Age of Johnson, I think? Yes, Age of Johnson. The second part of the Restoration period, and then we saw two genres that emerged during the Restoration period. Does anybody remember those genres? The novel journalism. Okay, so the novel, satire had been around. It was just kind of like a style of writing, but it was the novel and journalism. Those were the two ones that emerged during this time. Okay. So go ahead and turn over to page 116 if you're not there already. 117, A Song for St. Cecilia's Day, 1687. Let me turn there real quick. Okay, so this was written by John Dryden. You want to know him. If you guys look on page 117, it just says some background to him. He was the father of modern literary criticism. So you want to know that about John Dryden, the father of modern literary criticism. He was the chief writer of the Restoration. His poetry and critical works demonstrate the didactic method. Didacticism expressed that the purpose of art should be to teach and delight the audience. So he kind of wrote his works for the people. Dryden achieved worldly success, and he was made poet laureate. If you guys don't remember what a poet laureate is, those are the poets that were paid by the king and the queen to write poems for them. So he became a poet laureate. He began his career as a playwright, but his real talent lay in satire. And that's just a review of what we learned yesterday. Satire is basically the ridicule or making fun of human human nature, human folly, with the purpose of correcting it. Okay, so A Song for St. Cecilia's Day, just some background on page 116. This was his lyric. Remember, we saw another rise in lyrical poetry. Dryden's lyric, A Song for St. Cecilia's Day, 1687, is the most widely read of all his poems. Each year, on November 22nd, a choral concert was given in honor of St. Cecilia, who is a Christian martyr of the 3rd century, patron saint of music, and by tradition, the inventor of the pipe organ. So there was a Christian martyr that they wrote about, and then we even see that throughout the work where they have different musical instruments. They mention the pipe organ. And in A Song for St. Cecilia's Day, it's an ode, which is one of the most formal and complex types of lyrical poetry. You want to know what an ode is. It had a fixed purpose and deals with one dignified theme. So go ahead and highlight or mark in your book what an ode is. And then also, onomatopoeia. Okay, that's a term for using words which sound like what they mean. So, for example, throughout A Song of St. Cecilia's Day, when they're describing the trumpets, when they're describing a violin, they use different words that kind of sound like what a violin would sound or what a trumpet would sound. We'll look at that as we study the work. Okay, so in stanza 1, it's basically just talking about the origin of music and harmony of music that was in creation. We see this from heavenly harmony, this universal frame began. And this is kind of allusion to Job. I should have turned there earlier. But Job 38, verse number 7. Let me turn there real quick. Job 38, verse number 7, it says, "When the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy." We see this when nature underneath a heap of jarring atoms lay and could not have heed her head. The tuneful voice was heard from high, "Arise, ye more than dead." So kind of a tribute to the origin of music during creation. The second stanza, stanza 2, it was kind of the beginning of human music. And it says, "What passion cannot cannot music raise and quell?" Struck the chord in the Bible. Jubal is actually Cain. I think we all should know who Cain is. Cain was the one who killed his brother Abel. He was Adam and Eve's son. But Cain, he had a son named Jubal, and Jubal apparently was the one who invented stringed instruments. He was Cain's descendant. So it's saying, when Jubal struck the chorded shell, his listening brethren stood around, and wondering on their faces fell, to worship that celestial sound. And the thing was, a lot of times people would worship the creation rather than the creator. We see that time and time again throughout history. That was kind of an allusion to that when they started to kind of worship music and love music more than they loved God. It says, to worship that celestial sound, less than a god they should thought there could not dwell within the hollow of that shell. Stanza number 3 is just kind of 3, 4, and 5. It's just kind of talking about the secular, not worldly, like obviously in a bad way, but just like the secular uses of the trumpet. If you guys look in stanza number 3, what I'm talking about with onomatopoeia, it says the trumpet's loud clangor, which is a loud ringing. That word kind of just sounds like it would be from a trumpet clangor. Excites us to arms with shrill notes of anger and mortal alarms. When you think about a trumpet, think about something really annoying, kind of. That's what it means with onomatopoeia. And then like the repetition of the word double, double, double. Beat of the thundering drum. When you think of a drum, it kind of thunders. That's what onomatopoeia is. It's using words that sound like what they mean. Same thing with stanza number 4. Complaining flute, warbling lute. Warbling is trilling, quavering. You can almost hear a flute. Kind of compare it to the word complaining and warbling. And then in stanza number 5, sharp violins proclaim their jealous pangs, indignations, kind of giving them like that characteristic. And then depth of pains and disdainful. So sometimes when you think of violins, maybe people think of violins and play like sad music to it. So it's just kind of describing words and how they mean. Using words and how they mean. Okay? And then line number 6, it says, "But oh, what art can teach, what human voice can reach, the sacred organ's praise." We kind of read in the beginning, St. Cecilia invented the pipe organ. So they're kind of praising the organ within this work because it's mostly used with or associated with sacred music. I don't really know any songs or hear songs that have the organ in the background, but whenever there is an organ played, it's usually appearing in churches or associated with sacred music. So that's why they praise the organ. And then in the end, with the grand chorus, it says, basically, as far from the power of sacred lays, the spheres began to move. This is talking about the planets and the heavenly bodies that were thought to make music as they orbited. So the planets, they sung the great Creator's praise. And then it's saying, "And when the last and dreadful hour this crumbling pageant shall devour, the trumpet shall be heard on high, the dead shall live, the living die, and music shall untune the sky." And that's basically talking about the last trumpet in the end when Jesus Christ comes back to earth. So that is a song for St. Cecilia's Day, 1687. Okay? So tonight, just read page 118 and 119. Just 2 pages of 3 small poems. So read that. Oh, today's Wednesday. Never mind. We'll do that on Thursday. Okay. If you want to read ahead, you can. So you don't have to do it on Thursday. But 118 and 119, we'll study those on Thursday. All right. So go ahead and put those away. Take out your vocab. Let's go through the rest of the list. Last night for homework, you should have done 1 through 6. For those of you in distant learning, please send that in to me if you have not already. And then tonight is 7 through 12. Oh, today is Wednesday. I keep saying that. But let's go over 7 through 12. No homework tonight, but number 7 through 12. Okay? Unit 6. Unit 6, page 45. Okay? You don't have to repeat after me, but just follow along. We have replete, which is abundantly supplied, well filled. Reprehensible, deserving of blame, rebuke, or censure. Reprisal, forcible seizure in retaliation for injuries received. Injury done in return for injury received. So basically the comeback or the repercussions of getting an injury or giving an injury. Number 10, respite. That isn't respite, it's pronounced respite. An interval of relief or rest, a delay of punishment. Number 11, reticence, inclination to be silent. Number 12, retribution, punishment for offenses, compensation. Okay? So that's the rest of our vocabulary list. Also, go ahead and turn over to page number 46. Let's do exercise A. So I'll give you a few minutes to do exercise A on page 46, and then we'll go through those in a second. So go ahead and work on that. Sentences will let you, if you read the whole sentence, sometimes it gives a little allusion to the definition of the word. Victoria, do you know if Jaylene is sick? Well, I hope she's not. Yes, Hudson? Keyboard? Yes. Okay, let's do number 1 together. The Lord blanked Sisera with the edge of the sword before Barak, so that Sisera lighted down off his chariot and fled away on his fleet. This is from Judges 4:15. Who has this one? Esther? Discomfited. Good. The Lord discomfited Sisera. The Lord thwarted the plans or purposes of him, or he embarrassed him or caused confusion. Number 2, rather than discussing your financial affairs with others, it is usually best to maintain your blank concerning such personal matters. Who has this one? Noah, do you have this one? Reticence. Good. It's usually best to maintain your reticence or your silence with your personal matters. Okay, number 3, for severe hemorrhaging, put the patient in a blank position, raise the wounded part of the body, place a sterile cloth on the wound, and press the wound firmly with your hand. Who has this one? Tori? What was it? Good. Recumbent, which is reclining, lying down, or resting. Put them in a reclining position. Okay, number 4. Over the blank of her family, she married an unsaved boy. This is obviously basically just referring to the whole biblical truth of not being unequally yoked together. So if you're a Christian, the Bible is cautioning you to obviously marry a Christian so that you guys have the same views. So Obviously, her family in this case is not crazy about the fact that she married someone who wasn't like-minded. So what do you think this one would be? What is it? Not this one. What was it, Esther? Number 5, remonstrance, the act of objecting or protesting. So her family objected to her marrying him. So that one was a little confusing, but that's just kind of referring to a biblical, obviously, standpoint. Okay, number 5. Sometimes World War I and World War II are thought of as one long war with a blank of little more than 20 years in between. Okay, so 20 years in between, 2 wars, obviously something's going on. What do you think is in between? Years of what? Who knows this one? Emma? Respite. Remember, this one is respite, okay? Years of ceasefire, so it's talking about relief or rest, okay, a delay. Okay, so years of respite. Number 6, the speculations of evolutionists concerning the origin of the world have not been and never will be what? Kylie, do you have that one? Sorry? Not replete. Okay, this one is, let me see what replete means. Where is that one? Yes, I could see where it would be replete, but not quite this one. There's a better word to fit here. What was it? Good, corroborated, okay? With many, the speculations of evolutions, they're not going to be strengthened or confirmed with with new facts or new evidence, okay? So that's corroborated. Number 7. On July 28, 1914, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia in blank for the shooting of Archduke Francis Ferdinand, heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary. Okay? So if they declared war on Serbia because of the shooting of Archduke, that's kind of like backlash. So what is the word that we would use there? This one would be reprisal, okay? Retribution, punishment for offenses, I do see that. This one would be reprisal, forcible seizure in retaliations for injuries received, okay? Injury done for injury in return, okay? That one would be reprisal. Number 8, at the beginning of World War II, the Axis powers were blank with armed forces and factories with which to build war materials. This one is replete, okay? Replete would be abundantly supplied, well filled. They had a lot of armed forces and factories. Okay, number 9. Because of the certainty of the eternal blank that awaits those who reject Christ, there should be an urgency to the Christians witnessing. What do you think this one would be? Yes, this one would be retribution. The differences between this one and the other one, the reprisal is kind of more of, you did this to me, so we're going to declare war. Retribution would kind of be like a consequence, okay? Punishment for offenses, compensation, all right? Number 10, in 1215, a group of barons blanked King John of England to sign the Magna Carta, a great document, in which is rooted the concept of individual liberties. Let's go with Grace. Do you have that one? Number 10. Good. Coerced. They forced someone to comply or to obey as by pressure, threats, or intimidation. They forced King John of England to sign the Magna Carta. Good. Number 11, Moses' blank of Egyptian power and wealth was evidence of his eternal rather than temporal values. What do you think number 11 is? Let's go with Victoria. Good. Number 11 is renunciation. And then number 12, the blank actions of criminals should not be condoned under the pretext of temporary insanity. Class? Good. This one is reprehensible. And reprehensible means deserving of blame, rebuke, or censure. Okay? All right, no homework for that tonight, but make sure you're studying those because our quiz next week will be on, let me see, on Wednesday next week, okay? The reason why not on Tuesday is because we're going to have a grammar quiz, which we'll start to build up for, okay? Go ahead and put that away. Let's take out your grammar books. Turn to your homework last night, exercise 55. Let's finish number 7. Or tell me what you guys put for number 7. Okay, page number 27 in your workbook. Exercise 55, number 7. We're looking at the pronouns that we studied. The use of the pronoun in the blank. Who can raise their hand and tell me what they put in the blank? Someone besides Esther and Michelle. Okay. Free travel brochures are regularly sent out to we or us charter members. What would be the word we or us? What would be in the blank? Ian, do you know? Do you have anything in the blank? Not quite. Look at the word before the pronoun. What is it? Well, what does it say? The word? No, right before the pronoun we or us. What's the word right before it? To. Okay. So, to is what is to, the use of the word to? Do we know? Is it an infinitive? Is there a verb after it? Yes or no, class? No. So with the word to, what word would we know that to be? Is it showing relation? Class, does anybody know? Okay, so yes, it is showing relation. It's showing relation to to who they sent out the brochures. Okay, so what words show relation to other words within the sentence? Good, a preposition. Okay, so the word to is a preposition. What do prepositions need, Ian? Good, objects. So in the blank, I would put what? Good, OP. Okay, so in the blank, it is object of the preposition. And what case of pronouns do we use with objects, class? Objective. So would it be we or us? Us. Awesome. Okay. Free travel brochures are regularly sent out to us charter members. Okay. Make sure you're watching for those. Okay, let's go. Yes. What? Oh, yeah, you can. All right, section number 11 in your handbook. Go back to page number 76. Okay, 76. So now we're using special case problems within these pronoun uses. Okay, special case problems. Look at 11.15. Okay, using who, whoever, whom, and whomever can be troublesome. So let's figure out when we would use whoever and who, and then whomever with an M and whom. Okay, look at letter A. Identify the clause in which the pronoun is located and put brackets around it. Okay, words outside the clause have no effect on the case of the pronoun. All right, so the first thing you would look for is my clause with the word whom and whomever, or who and whoever. Then I would kind of signal, separate that and look at that within itself, okay? Sorry. Letter B, analyze the clause to determine the use of the pronoun, okay? So first, with any clause, we would find the verb. Same thing with any dependent or independent clause. You find the verb, then you ask who or what before the verb to find the subject. So you find the verb, then you find the subject, then you ask who or whom or what after the verb to find the complement. So kind of what we've been doing, you find the verb, okay, that's my verb. who or what does this. That's my subject. So my subject does who or what. And then if there's a complement there, then you want to find the complement there. Okay? Fourth, if the pronoun is neither subject nor complement, it will be the object of the preposition. Okay? That's pretty self-explanatory. If the pronoun within the clause is not the subject, okay, or if it's not answering who or what after the verb to find the complement, we know it's an object of the preposition. Okay? Don't be fooled by intervening words such as do you think or did he say. Just draw a line through the expressions. They don't affect the case of the pronoun. So words like that, they're irrelevant. Okay? Look at letter C. Select the correct pronoun. Select who or whoever if the pronoun is used as the subject or the predicate nominative. Okay? You want to know that. Who and whoever is in nominative case. Okay? Whom with an M or whomever is if the pronoun is used as a direct object or as an object of the preposition. Okay? That's when you would use objective case. All right? Then you would check your answers. Substitute he, she, or they for who or whoever, and substitute him, her, or them for whom or whomever. Then read the clause in normal order, beginning with the subject. Okay? So let me write this on the board, our objective case pronouns and our nominative case. Who can name off the nominative cases for me? Who remembers? What was it? Okay, so I, he or she, we, or they, and then we just added who or whoever. Okay, that's nominative case. Who can tell me what objective is? What are the pronouns in objective case? Does anybody remember? Good, okay, so me, him or her, us, them, and then whom or whomever. Something that helps me remember with objective cases, for some reason, it's just I think of the M's. So objective, they have M, and M. All right? Nominative case, no M's. I don't know. That's how I remember it. But then me, him, her, us, them, whom, whoever. That's objective case. And then we know possessive cases, they show possession, but we'll get into that later. All right? So look at our examples. Use the same procedure for analyzing interrogative sentences. See the second example below. We'll do that in a second. But look at this. Mrs. Grice is one who or whom really knows interior decorating, okay? It's already bracketed off for you, but my dependent clause would be who or whom really knows interior decorating, okay? Notice my verb, all right? It's the word knows, okay? So who or what knows who or whom, all right? That would be my subject. Who knows who or what? Decorating. Decorating would be my DO, okay? So who or whom would be my subject. If it's my subject, what would I use, class? Who or whom? Okay, a little bit louder, please. Who without the M, because it's in my nominative case. And we know with nominative cases, these are used as subjects or PNs. So nominative, obviously nominative. Objective, anything with an object. DO, IO, OP, objects. All with objective case. So you can also substitute a nominative case pronoun for that. Obviously, Mrs. Grice is a girl, so I would do she. She really knows interior decorating. If that makes sense, I know I use nominative case with the word who. Okay? Look at your example, your second example. Who or whom did he say would be elected? Okay, that whole sentence is my clause, so I'm going to already bracket that off. So I'm looking at my verb within that clause. Would be. Okay, notice how they crossed out the words did he say. Okay, that's irrelevant to this case, or to this clause. Okay, my whole clause or my dependent clause would be who or whom would be elected. Okay, so I find my verb, would be elected. What's my subject, class? Who. Okay, who would be elective? Okay, I can also substitute a nominative case. He would be elected. If I substitute objective case, do you think him would be elected? Make sense? It doesn't make sense at all. That's why I would use nominative case for the word who, because nominative cases are always used as subjects or predicate nominatives. Okay? Look at your third example. Spurgeon is a preacher who or whom we can read with great profit. Okay? So, look at my dependent clause. Who or whom we can read with great profit. Okay? What's my verb within that dependent clause, class? Can read. Everyone should be following along. My verb is can read. Who or what can read? What's my subject? We. Okay? So it's not the subject. All right? We can read with great profit. With great profit obviously would be a prepositional phrase. So we're looking at the pronouns who or whom. Okay? So do you think who would be in the nominative case? Obviously, would we choose the nominative case here? No, because we already found our subject. We can read. Also, look at the word preacher. Okay, preacher is my PN within that case, or not my PN. Or it is my PN, sorry, in the dependent clause. Okay, but look at the word whom, all right? We can read whom, all right? That's describing preacher or a pronoun that is an appositive of the word preacher. So it's also used as the DO within the clause, okay? We can read who or what, whom, okay? Or we can read with him, or we can read him with great profit. So therefore, I would use my objective case would be the word whom. Okay? Does that make sense for everyone? That's a little confusing. All right, so look at my subject and my verb within that clause. We can read who or what? Him. We can read Spurgeon is what they're saying. All right, or whom. So that's why I would use whom in objective case. All right, because the word whom is my direct object. Okay? Look at the last sentence. The students who or whom the Lord gives help to are those who acknowledge him. So my clause is who or whom the Lord gives help to. All right? What's my subject and my verb within that dependent clause, class? Lord gives help. Okay? Lord gives help is what is help, class? DO. All right? To who or for who, there's no IO there. But within this case, whom actually would be an object of the preposition that's kind of in reverse order with the word to. Okay, so if you see this, the students who or whom the Lord gives help to, technically you could say the Lord gives help to whom or to who, all right? That's kind of a confusing thing, but it's in reverse order. But the word whom would actually be the object of the preposition, okay? So if it's the object of the preposition, what case would we use, class? Objective case, therefore I would use who or whom. What would I use? Whom with the M. I would cross out the word who in that case, okay? And then 11.16, for incomplete clauses beginning with than or as, the pronoun that you would use if the clause was completed is what you would use, okay? For example, Mom can cook as well as they or them, all right? Something that you would use kind of to complete the clause would be Mom can cook as well as they can. So that's, in this case, I would use nominative case, okay? As well as would be my clause, incomplete clause, all right? So same thing like this. You wouldn't say, she can run better than me, all right, you would say she can run better than I can. That's kind of completing the clause. Okay, so that's kind of what this is saying. You would use the pronoun that we would use if the clause was completed. So the drought affected the farmers more than we or us. Okay, more than we or us is not a complete clause. I would complete the clause. So I would say the drought affected the farmers more than it affected us. I would use the word us. Okay, so just watch for those. All right, let's work on exercise 56 really quickly. Okay, exercise 56, page 27. Number 1, determine how the pronoun in parentheses is used with its clause and write its use within the blank. So you would use it if it's or determine if it's a subject, determine if it's an OP, a DO, all of that, and then you would put it in the blank. Then you would underline the correct pronoun within the parentheses, okay? Kind of the same thing that we're using, but with different words, all right? No other men of the track team can throw the discus farther than what? This is kind of what we just talked about. Good. He. It would say no. Technically, you'd be saying no other members of the track team can throw the discus farther than he can throw. All right? So correct. I would use the word he. But now we have to determine first how it's used within the sentence. Okay? What's my clause? What's my dependent clause? Right, then he can throw, okay, technically. That's the complete clause. So, he can throw would be my verb. Who or what can throw? We're using the word he, so therefore he is what class? The subject, okay? He, number 1, is the subject. Number 2, one who or whom is afraid of lying is usually afraid of nothing else. What's my dependent clause there, class? Who or whom is afraid of lying. Okay, so we're looking at that clause. Nothing else is really relevant right now. What is my verb there? Is. Okay, so if there's a verb, I'm trying to find my subject. Who or what is, class? Who or whom. All right, so that would be my subject. So if it's used as a subject, which case would I use? Nominative, so I would choose the word who without the M. Okay? Number 3, do you know who or whom we can ask about campgrounds overlooking the Shenandoah Valley? All right? Do you know who or whom we can ask about campgrounds overlooking the Shenandoah Valley? What is my dependent clause? Who has this one? My dependent clause. Okay, look at the words. Who or whom we can ask about campgrounds overlooking the Shenandoah Valley. Okay, that's my entire dependent clause that cannot stand on its own. Let's find my verb within that dependent clause. What's my verb, class? Good. Can ask. Thank you, Victoria. Can ask is my verb. Who or what can ask? What's my subject? We can ask. Okay? We can ask about campgrounds. So this one actually is going back to the pronouns. We can ask who or what. What is my answer there? Okay, if it's going back to the pronouns, we can ask who or what. We can ask who or whom. So, who or whom would actually be my DO. Okay? Who or whom would be my DO, and if it's a DO, what case would I use? Objective. So I would select what class? Whom. Okay? You're just trying to find the complement here within the dependent clause. So if there's no complement, and if there's no subject, then you can determine what pronoun usage this is. Okay, let's look at number 4. One more before we're dismissed, okay? Number 4, who or whom do you think it was that discovered the Florida Peninsula? Okay, there are actually 2 dependent clauses here. That discovered the Florida Peninsula, and then also, who or whom do you think it was? Okay, this is kind of going back to our question. Where is my subject and my verb within that clause? What was it? Who or whom do you think it was? Does anybody know my verb there? Okay, this one is actually you is my subject, do think is my verb. Okay, and then whom it was or who it was would be its own clause. Okay, does that make sense? So you think it was who or whom. What case would I use with a PN? Nominative, because who or whom is a PN. So I would use the word who. Okay? This is kind of 3 clauses within and of itself. First, we have who or whom do you think it was that discovered Florida Peninsula? That's the actual clause. Okay? Then it would be do you think it was? And then that discovered the Florida Peninsula, and then who do you think it was is all kind of within the same clause. We'll go over it again tomorrow. But number 4, it's used as a PN because we have our subject and already obviously our verb. And then I would choose a PN. But I'll tell you why tomorrow to explain it further. Okay? All right. You guys are dismissed. No homework for tonight. Make sure you turn in your homework from yesterday. Vocab and definitions 1 through 6 twice.